Hello, hello. My God. Why are liberal, like, there's liberals that talk about politics, but they don't sit there and, like, blurt it constantly. I, I'm so happy social media is finally having, like, a defense against dumb fucks. I, what the fuck is going on with all these people? Like, what? Oh, fuck, that hurt. Oh, man. Woo. Oh. Excuse me. Nah, I'm listening to Salty Cracker. I like Salty Cracker. Everyone just make. There's so many like YouTube channels and Twitter threads or X threads talking about making fun of all these psychologically fucking broken people. They all got TDS. All of them got TDS. They're not even liberals. They all think Trump is Hitler. I'm like, how in the fuck do you guys all think some dude is Hitler? Like, we're not tormented, are we? Well, I am. And they're like, no, you're not. Like, like for real, guys. Like, these people are just fucking stupid, brain-dead morons. Oh man. So I'm just sitting there. I'm just like, okay, you guys are just fucking retarded. People like hate our country and that, and they always they just try to like, talk about it, and they don't even actually know what to talk about. And listen to it. What's that? Oh, I hate our country. I'm like, why? They never answer it. People make up these excuses. I'm always like, what in your right mind thinks that you hate our country? Because the world hates our country. It's not the people. It's the fucking governments of the world. And the governments of the world, the ones that hate our country, spread so much propaganda in our country. Like, I remember when our country was actually proud. I remember when our country, was actually like, people actually sit there, but, let's go USA. I remember I remember when America can make fucking videos making fun of terrorists and then fucking killing the terrorists. Yeah. Like they hurrah America. Like, oh, America's got so much ego. And I'm like, yeah, we our founding fathers built up our country through what? Through Christian values. And Christian value, God blessed us to have all this stuff. No kingdom can do without God blessing us. I am who I am. Everlasting, the first, the always. People potentially don't understand why our country has so much power. Why we fairly distribute and use our dollar to make the world stable. If you go through the history of all the stuff that we've done the last 100 or so years, just the last 100 years, we as Americans advanced society all over the world. People would say like the last big civilization that did all this stuff was like Rome. Yeah, Rome was basically close, and Rome fell in because of what? The same shit that's happening now in America. People separate, they ate each other within. Why? Because people put seeds in. Countries are supposed to fall. America's kind of catching up. People are starting to not really fall into that stuff. Not as much. There's always been stupid people. They're like, I hate our country now because my life sucks. So your life sucks because you make it suck. You choose to do all this stuff. You want everyone to sit there and make your life better. But the thing of it is, you can't make your life better unless you actually get up and do it for yourself. Not every life's supposed to be perfect. Not every life's supposed to be the same. It doesn't mean that you can't sit there and do something about it. We make all these choices, but we have people that throw choices in our minds. I say, you make your own choice. As long as you're a good person, you believe in God, believe Lord Jesus Christ is your Savior, and that obviously you're going to be a lot better off. People are going to hate you. But that's okay. Let people hate you. It doesn't mean that they, can't tolerate you. Hatred, seems to be one of the things that starts first. People judge the fucking shit out of you. I say I work at that. When I first came in my job, and that everyone judged me, of course, based upon looks, how I talked, and that. And as I got to know people, and that, it all started to come in. I started learning certain things. Like I say, I have women calling another woman that wants to identify as a fucking man. They always say he. I'm like, don't you see how fucking retarded you are? Woman. The bitch has got tits. Full grown titties. That is no fucking man. And I keep hearing it. I'm like, it's a woman. Well, they don't identify as a woman when they're taking dick. They're identifying as a woman. They're not identifying as a man. They're taking fucking cock. and their vagina. Just think about Fat Bastard off Austin Powers. But the whole point is, it's like, dude, you guys are retarded. You guys think that you're taking something forward. It's always white women. It's always the white chicks. It's always white chicks. Black girls don't do this shit. Bosnian girls don't do this shit. It's always the fucking like the third generation of American white chicks. They fall down this line. They're always the ones that hooray. They do all the they want to do all the pride parades. You guys are not defending anything. You're pushing along something that should been private. Always what it is, because I walked into at my job. One of the ladies there, when I identified as a fucking man, didn't have nothing. Had a vagina and tits. This person would go into the man's bathroom. And I say, you did that? I was personally saying, you did that because you're a full-blown massive fucking pervert. You want to see guys' junk. And that's the reason why you did that. So you let these massive pervert people, because they're fucked up in the head, because no one ever disciplined them, they let them run wild, and then they get these ideas in their head that are supposed to be broken as children, and they keep the idea in their head when they're full-grown adults. So I talked to this person and people always would, like, they get up in my fucking face and like be kind of assholes about it. Like, she's a he. I'm like, okay. I'm like, no. I'm not agreeing with you guys. I don't really give a shit. And I always say, so I'll put this into perspective. So I'm gonna identify as a woman today. I'm gonna flop my dick out right in front of you in the woman's fucking bathroom. I bet you $100 you would all call the cops on me. Like, oh my god, blah, blah, blah. I say I identify as a woman, and I say, well, this bitch fucking goes to the man's bathroom looking at my dick all damn day long. Not saying that it happened like that, but occasionally, it happened. We go to the bathroom together. But I got to the point, I'm just sitting like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? It just shows how fucking stupid people are, and that these people are really brainwashed by far leftist ideology, and it's all dying out because it was fucking stupid to begin with. Let people be what they want to be. Why make up more shit? That's the problem with the internet. When there wasn't no social media, no internet, you didn't know what the weirdos were. The weirdos kind of stayed with their own pack. They didn't spread their fucking tainted disease of stupidness to everybody else. They kept it together. There's pockets of groups of people everywhere. We all formulate into a group of things. We either have wicked thoughts, being a fucking complete fucking moron, oblivious to God, which is basically why these people do these things, or we have righteous thoughts, where there's stages on both sides, from wicked side to the righteous side. There's stages of different righteous people. There's some people that are 10 in righteousness. They try to do everything God tells them to do. And and then there's people that are just getting into it, learning that. Same at the wicked side. They start off stupid in the wicked side. They don't know they, so they gravitate towards themselves. They do stupid shit, like they have sex without marriage. They get a bunch of girls pregnant. They learn all this stupid shit. Everything's based upon sex. I've noticed that a lot too. Like everything's based upon sexuality with these wicked fucking retarded people. They base everything on sex. They're the biggest fucking perverts. But when anyone that is, a pervert or acts stupid in a sexual way, just because, we talk about stupid shit all the time, and they're righteous people, they'll get blamed for being like that because the wicked people despise people that are better than them, which is always the righteous people. Righteous people are always better. It's not to say that, wicked people can't be good at making money. Of course you can. You can be a piece of shit person and make a fuckload of money. I there's some people out there that manipulate and lie all the damn time and make money in that. But like when it comes down to like personality traits and that, like I worked with so many people in my life, and I see like from the Bible to understand how people actually work. It's getting more and more intense because I'm starting to understand more of it. I'm starting to connect the fucking dots. I promise you, Proverbs teaches you so much. Read through it and add, and when there's certain things in Proverbs that literally are in your life right now, and you can start looking at people different again. Why they do this? Why they do that? Oh, fuck that. Woo! Good morning, farts. You'll start to understand. Like when God says for you to hate liars, to hate proud-looking people, the super fucking like, I'm, actually like higher level human than everybody else. That were the people you don't always stay away from. Gossipers. You stay away from gossipers. People want to think, well, it's not because God says it. You put in that perspective. It's because it's true, and it actually is what it is. When God says something, and you put it in your life to try it out, you start realizing Jesus was right. Jesus was right all along. Because you put it in your life, you're like, yeah, exactly what people do. The creator that created us knows us better than us. But when you research it, you understand it psychologically, and you go through it in life, you're like, wow, this is actually makes perfect sense. So this is the moral that people start to lose. They start to lose their faith in the word because they don't understand it. And then their children just to say, we'll never hear the words, and they never fucking understand it. If you don't understand the principles of life after a certain age, you lose track of what the fuck you're doing in the first place. I just went through the last year or so. I lived my life never based upon the word. I never understood the word of God. At least the psychological part of it. To understand people. Now I do. My eyes are open to the reality that's actually there. And I'm starting to see it from the word's perspective. And it's truly amazing. I know not to think a certain way. I know not to do certain things. I know if someone doesn't like me, I know to just leave it alone. I could ask them why or try to like provoke certain things. Defend my honor as, a person that follows Christ. It's never have to do with Jesus. People really attack Jesus because, that'd be stupid because they know that name resonates power. They'll attack the person that believes in Jesus through stupid means, like being called names and shit. That's what people always tend to do. They'll attack people through other names. I've been called all kinds of shit. People always say that I have an ego because I'm just good at my fucking job. I say I can't be good at my job, and they're like, "Oh well, I'm not saying you can't be good at your job." Like that's what you're basically saying. I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Okay. Yeah, so basically these people are telling me this stuff, and I'm like, what do you fucking mean? Like, oh, it's because I'm better than you. You're getting upset at me because I'm better than you. Oh, okay, that's what that is. Like, that makes perfect sense then. And then you're like, oh, okay. Yeah. And the funny thing is, like, I could talk to people that are not fucking like that at all. Because there's a new guy that just came in. He's actually extremely fucking, like, I would guess smart. Because he's talking to me with wanting to know things.
I have your favorite!
Good! Yeah, good! That'll help. Of course it will. That's
Lethal. Ooh, it's a knife. This one's a legendary knife. But anyway, this kid was actually, he actually complimented me. And when I hear people that compliment other people, I know that they have a righteous heart because people that don't normally compliment people when they're fucking wicked fucktards. It's not to say that they can't, but it's like, they're so used to being, like, it's like you're confused on what's going on in their life.
Get fun! I fight dirty with bomb.
No, it's because people are just confused. I don't think people are truly evil. Some people are, but some people are just like confused. Yeah, because I deal with someone at my job and that she's slowly starting to change. And like, we had such a good time today. Like, we're all sitting there laughing and making fun of each other. We're just basically having a good old time. It was good at work. You know, I was very happy with the outcome of, you know, how much love that was there. And it was nice. But I truly think people are they're really confused on love. They're really confused on life. They don't understand certain things.
That was just a
And they don't, and it's hard to understand sometimes. It's like, well, yeah, life is actually not that, it's not that complicated, but some people just don't know.
warm-up. Rolling for three.
And like,
Almost throw snake eyes.
some people are just like get really confused. But yeah, the more you learn about it, the more you start to understand, it's like, damn, that's just exactly what it is. Yeah, it's more or less just confusion.
Single action finally.
Whee! Ow.
Just what I was looking for.
Damn, we're bad. I went way past it.
What a lift! A new record! Ha ha!
Perfect.
Going for Come on! You just signed your own death warrant!
My stickies on them.
Enemies everywhere! Just how I like my own! I'm gonna splash all over your face! Good luck dodging this! Let's go! You're going to walk all over!
Please explode! Got the longer.
Pick it cut!
I'm crazy.
Hurricane of pain! Standing and going!
You gotta be cheating.
Where was this triple shot? I think triple shot would be nice. Yeah, I always use sticky on bosses.
Ain't no rest for the wicked.
Better red and dead! Just for you!
Who took my stuff?
I'm taking you to Violence Town where the weather is blood!
I knew it was...
Fires all at once. Fuck yeah. Whoop. Oh, there it goes. What are you doing? Why'd you jump up there? No, that's good.
Has something up your sleeve? I certainly do.
Not down! Just out for a sec!
If this is Caddis's best, I am at his best.
I wonder if they change this gun around. This gun's pretty good. That sniper rifle's still the best one. Oh god. Watch, I got both of them. I think this is the shotgun. Is this a kaboom shotgun or what with the shotgun? Did this just change? Oh no, they're still the same. No, it's still the same gun. Damn. Mm. Okay, this is the one. No, I'm trying to buy all the. I'm trying to buy all the guns. Because you could buy these guns with the points from that. It's always fun to get. Okay, that weapon is not stronger. Okay. Damn. That's pretty accurate. I'm trying to.
Getting up close and personal.
Say the mission!
Oh god. Yeah, some legendaries just fucking suck huge fucking dick. Some.
Hope you are ready to fall! This zone is accidental!
shotgun, critical damage, critical sniper. Shit. That alone would actually be really fucking good. Oh yeah, got my double barrels. Sorry there, fella. Gotta get the double barrels. And I got that fucking... Cool. Yeah, the shotguns in this game are fucking really fucking good.
I'm going for it.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
There's the ricochet.
What the fuck just happened? That was quite funny. How much does this even take? What? It says it does. Critical damage is plus 50 something percent. Alternate fire does what? 1800 times 5? What the fuck? Dude, that is phenomenally fucking ridiculous.
Get the heat off of me.
There it is. Gets at the 20% reduced damage when broken. On kill. Oh man. Them farts are a little ridiculous. Jeez. My god.
Should I be closer?
Get close.
Yeah, sitting me closer.
Another shield. This one's corrosive. I got my shield. Got my boss killer. Okay, well that's done. Okay, I still have to go here though. It's have to go to Saul's building. I still have the. Cool. Yeah, but yesterday was pretty nice.
Has something up your sleeve? I certainly do. Rolling for three.
Just another line.
Hope you are ready for a beating.
How about some...
Built for a showdown.
No, don't laugh! Rude. He had a make-believe family.
You seem to have wasted your new lease on life. Drink, need, nap. Someone bring blanket.
Not too bad, not too bad. Got that recovery bullet thing, which is pretty nice. Yeah, I like this gun a lot. I'm gonna change the... That looks... I love that color. They got good color designs on here. Can't lie, like... That looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. That don't look too bad. That looks pretty sick. Of course, this one always looks good. Let's go with this one. Nice. Damn.
Sorry, Jim! Stop, guys!
Yeah, that shield explosion thing's fucking us down, dude. Yeah, I do like how good shotguns are. This is why I think 4 is so much better. Because, like, a lot of these games, like, 1 had a really good ratio of damage. Like, they made your character super fucking strong, where you're actually more, like, able to sit there and kill things pretty fast with you know, certain kind of guns as you level up and that.
Shiny, redundant waste!
2 was a problem, like. 2 was like really fucking difficult. Cause I remember like the first part of 2 was okay. But my god, as you went through 2, when you get to like true, like an ultimate true Vault Hunter mode, they kind of went a little ridiculous to where you can only have certain like weapons to be able to beat it. It got really redundant. It's like, dude, what the fuck? I got certain weapons. I can't. What? I can't beat it with. Like, if I want to get a really good shotgun, legendary shotgun, I couldn't beat it with it. I would have to use specific guns to be able to beat it. I'm like, oh, that's so stupid. But they have a new character I'm playing with right now. Cash, he's actually pretty good. His ultimate's pretty cool. Where the fuck is Rush?
Able to see your reflection on this floor.
You can always taste a TDR kill.
Try to brag about TDR.
I'm just keeping watch between patrol rotations, okay?
You wouldn't believe the useful things people drop.
Ugh,
Hey,
what is this stuff?
play with explosives. It's fun. Call an airstrike. The airstrike's pretty fun. Minus 60 damage.
Magitized better already.
Nice little place here. Yeah, I was like looking around that. Yeah, I can't get into that. Let me check my missions here on map. Oh, okay. That's what that is. Hmm? There it is. Okay, so I have to start with her. I don't start from the rush beginning part. Okay. No, I was trying to figure out where the fuck I was at. Put my chicken back in the microwave. Come on, puppy butts. They big babies. Yeah, we're supposed to have Easter today. It's Jesus' birthday. People said during Christmas it was. Okay. But the biggest thing is, I have to say about Borderlands, one of the biggest things that kind of ran it down is that Gearbox's CEO is a fucking idiot. That's all I could say.
Vault Hunter, shall we give your outbounder friends a call? Ready to continue? In the Fade Fields, Saul is our focus. Contacting the outbounders now.
Okay, this is where it starts off at. Okay.
Conway, this is the third time the hot singles claiming to be nearby weren't actually. Oh, hi. Rush, Zadra. Zadra, Rush. It's a pleasure. So, Zadra, what can you tell us about Locust?
Nothing.
Off to a rough start.
But that alone tells us something. It must be relatively new, and he's not getting help from Dominion. There's only one installation in the Fade Fields with the requirements necessary to develop a bioweapon. Saul's production facility. It's not far from here.
Then that is our focus. Nicely done, team.
You know what the Timekeeper used to call Vault Hunters? Rule breaking, loot-taking, running and gunning natural disasters. Watching you work, I tend to agree.
So close to a perfect score. No one has ever accused me of being natural before.
I like that. Mm. Okay.
Surrounded by a bunch of dipshits saying all the same stupid stuff. And so you didn't think that you'd be held accountable. But guess what? The multi-billion-dollar healthcare industry that you are attached to doesn't want to be liable if an ICE officer gets injured by one of your Antifa targets.
That's how you get
or
there.
ends up at your hospital. They don't. Now they have to question whether or not that person's going to be in care because of all of the. You call them all Nazis. Just that they're all Nazis. So no ICE is going to want to work with you. You become a huge liability. I think that listen. Why is the federal government stealing money from me to give to hospitals to hire repertoires like this? Any place that receives federal funding should be able to hire somebody like this. Go be a private OBGYN. Go be a private doctor. That's fine. But I don't know. You're crazy. You're crazy. Why is like getting fired?
Send more my way. I am hot.
Is taking abortion pills in places like Florida and Texas where they're illegal. And she's talking about giving them to people. I'm committing a felony on Instagram. That's a good idea. That's a dumb, but hilarious idea. Breaking. That dumb bitch that got fired, Kaiser Permanente, the Portland doctor, whose contract was terminated for harassing ICE at the airport, she's revealed a habit of smuggling abortion pills into states where they're effectively illegal. She acknowledges this, by the way. She goes, I can be arrested for doing this. So here she is, and she's in Florida. She said, I got a bunch of abortion pills.
These are abortion pills. He said that here in Portland, Oregon, I can help a friend get these.
I can help a friend get these. Yeah. I'm a doctor. I can prescribe them too. But here in Texas, hold on a second. You didn't just bring abortion pills to Texas, right? Uh-oh.
But somehow magically here in Dallas, Texas, if I gave this out to a patient or I helped somebody, that would be a felony that could be punished by up to life in prison or $100,000 fine.
I'll explain it to you. I know that I'm not a doctor, but states' rights. You see, let's go say Portland, Oregon, and that toilet Portland. Yeah, that's not the same state as what you say, Dallas over there in Texas. So see how that works? Oregon, Texas. They're different states. They got different rules. I know that's hard for you to understand because you're a dumb libtard with a gigantic forehead over here that they probably can use as a runway to land planes in Dallas, Texas. But yeah, the people of Texas, they don't want to be dumb turds like the people in Oregon. So they've got different rules and different laws, different representatives. They all got together and they did this. So that's why you can have your abortion or pills in one place and it's illegal in another. But what are you doing with all them pills, sweetie, in Texas? Did you give those to somebody? Did Did you just commit a felony? Are you so thirsty to be TikTok famous that you committed a felony on TikTok, sweetheart? This chick might not be allowed to go back.
I never understood, like, most liberal people, like, they have no common sense. It's not to say, like, the older liberal people. It's talking about the younger ones, like the millennial ones. They're actively just, like, fucking, like, retarded.
Nail the ricochet!
Like, leave people alone. Just because people don't agree with what you have to say doesn't mean you have to sit there and torment them. Like, who gives a shit? I know that about a lot of people that, like, I don't give a fuck what liberal people say. I really don't care. You say what the fuck you want to say. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Like, most, if not all of you are wrong, because the way you think is stupid. I just don't care. Like, if you were 100%, or if you were morally right, it would make fucking sense. Think of it as, it doesn't make sense.
Order does not fall. You cannot even think for yourself. How embarrassing! I have a gear to pick with your lot. I always make time for the little things.
But yeah, it's just really stupid shit. Like, it's just like, how are liberal people even exist? Like, why are they so stupid? Like, they make no conscious sense. You try to have logical conversations with them, but they're the first ones that want to throw down some blobbity blue bullshit. It's like, well, my people say this, but are your people actually right?
Big money! Big money!
I'm telling people with that kind of mindset, it's like nearly impossible to have logical conversations with them because they always contradict almost so much shit. Like, I have at work today. Well, the lady's at work. She's actually not stupid. She's stupid because she doesn't know much, like knowledge, like common knowledge, I guess. I would say it's how you're raised, but one of the new, just to prove how stupid people are. Alright. Well, the new guys are working out. He's actually, he's very polite. And he's actually rather intelligent because you can have conversations with me. If you have a conversation with someone like me that's actually rather wise and rather fucking intelligent, because this is just my gig, I really enjoy learning, especially with psychology. You're pretty fucking smart because you're understanding at least trying to understand the concepts that are coming from someone that is technically more wiser than most people, because it comes down to, more knowledge you learn, the more you stop caring about all the stupid little shits at work. Stupid things at work or stupid things in real life. Oh, man. And so I'm sitting there, I'm having a conversation, and I said something. Now we were being smart asses with each other. We were just saying jokes and that, being little assholes for each other. And I said something like, I told one of the teammates to go drop something. Cause I'm a food person, and there's people on the other side that drop like fried foods and stuff like that. And I said, "Oh, we need like potatoes or something." And as a joke, my service person, which is a woman, she's a younger woman than that, she was joking around and she said, "Oh no, he doesn't need that." And the guy got confused. Now, it's not to say that I knew that she was fucking around, so I've never taken it as anything because I really don't give a fuck. I'm not going to be a dickhead towards something that's not dickheadish towards me. Because we're all getting along, because we've all been working together for the last
One of my greatest
year now.
passions is standing around in complete silence. Really gives me the time to bask in my own brilliance. Well done, me.
And I said, if you're going to believe her, you're stupid. We're still having the little joke going on. And she kind of like looked at me and that. And she got confused in what I said. I said something. But she misheard it. She thought I was saying like, well, if you believe, she thought I was talking about myself. I said, no. I said, if you believe, I talked to the guy and I was talking to him about what you said. And I said, if you believe her over me and what I'm talking about, then you're stupid. And it went on, and we had a newer guy come. The newer guy that was in, he was like, she was trying to make like an ox. She was trying to play along with it, but she didn't know how to. She didn't know how to function the way I said things into a joking way. She was trying to joke, but it just didn't come out like she wanted it to. And she said something, and the guy said, "Yeah, that makes perfect sense how he said it," because I repeated it again. And she was like trying to like play along with it, but it didn't work out the way that she wanted it to work out. So she said, I do agree with what he said, and I do understand that. And the guy's like, well, evidently you don't understand because what he said was perfectly sound, and it made perfect sense. And she was trying to play along with it, and I said, to be stupid or to be lack of knowledge with something, it's not a bad thing. People think it's bad. They're like, oh man, I'm stupid. Fuck, everybody's stupid. The word stupid is so iterated in being bad. No, it's not. Just like stress. People tell you stress is bad. And no, stressing out over stupid shit is bad. Stress, actual stress itself, is a learning perspective. We cannot grow without stress or fear. We cannot. That's why people that relieve their stress all the time through medical means, not natural means like meditating or taking a breather or walking off or pondering and thinking about what's going on. I'm sure people think about it too when they're popping meds and shit, but they zombify their brains so they don't feel anything anymore. I said, that's the problem. God gave you feelings to understand why those feelings are there. So if you feel anxiety, which is too much thinking or thought processing happening, that's because your thought processing and what you know at that time, you just don't fucking know. So you're pondering about all the ideas that you have. Oh, fuck, that hurt. Oh man, that's a loaded gun fired off. Woo! Dude, Lord. Straight up ass. Damn, it's a straight up sugar fart. Whew. Open up some doors and shit. Get some windows open. Oh, that breeze feels good. Yeah, oh, you gotta lie. Take a towel. Oh, maybe I can use this. Will work. So I try to make people understand it because they lose sight of it. Like, stressing out's not a bad thing. You're supposed to stress out as human beings so you can be able to learn shit. But that's fundamental always. Ow. Fuck, that hurt. Ow. Stabbed myself with a piece of wood. Now my door's got some holes in it. I actually ran my finger along one of the broken spots. I kind of stabbed myself. Anyway, there we go. Yeah. Taking it out. Let's see. Yeah, I think I got it out. I think it's bleeding. Okay, it's bleeding. Good. Yeah, it's just a little tiny poke. But anyway, so as we were having this conversation, that I always think about like how God iterates us as humans. We come into the world with no knowledge. We learn very quickly because we lack knowledge, so things we do absorb. But to keep up with this, the things you absorb in the first 10 years or 12 years of your life before you hit puberty, it's what normally sticks with you throughout life. So get this, if you teach your kids and you read the 10 Commandments to them, and once they understand the 10 Commandments, like they can be able to, understand language, then you sit there and you push those ideas in their heads, so when they grow up, they understand the ideas. Then they start to research those ideas. They start to know actually why people uttered those words. 10 Commandments. They uttered the laws of God altogether. What God hates. What Jesus talks about. How to be a good person. How to be, a better person. How to understand how to deal with stupid, ignorant, wicked people. These are the concepts that you could teach your children, and they grow up with them. And the thing of it is, just like anything else, if you grow up with something, you become that something. You start to believe. Your beliefs grows your mind. So, my friends, I'll talk like this. Own personal perspective. I want to use those words I just said, my own personal perspective. Like what I grew up with.
Now, I would never scam the good people of the Fade Fields, but this place is rife with crash victims. The true crime would be letting all those identities go to waste.
So, I grew up with the 10 Commandments. I didn't steal. I grew up with the ones I actually could understand. I knew all of them. I couldn't understand all of them because, I was young in that. I knew not to steal. even though I did. So the reason why that say like if people do steal, why they keep on doing that stuff? Because they never get caught. They never get disciplined for doing something bad. If you don't get it, why we have laws in place? Because some people say, well, why are laws there? Because it keeps order and balance. Some people look at working hard and paying for their stuff is the way to do it. People that fight against the system that's been working for thousands of years, they fight against it because they're unjust people. They don't want to understand. So that's the people that you're getting today that don't understand rules and laws that were passed down from thousands of years ago. The Ten Commandments. We reiterate those laws. So yeah, the law stays the same. Stealing is bad. We reiterate those laws based upon the society that is. So today say you steal, you'll get a fine and you'll get probation. But if you keep doing it, eventually you'll do prison. You'll do 5 years in jail. People say, well, that's stupid. I said, then don't fucking steal. Get a job. Excuses come up. Well, no one's hiring. I said, no. The thing is, everybody's hiring, but you don't want to work the jobs that are there that are hiring. So we had a guy literally yesterday walk out on us because he was bitching because he wasn't getting enough hours. I said, bro, at least you have a job. What do you mean? He's like, well, I'm not getting any hours in that. And then you go, and then we'll look at the actual, like, okay, well, what's the actual truth behind this? Okay, bro, you're an alcoholic, first of all. Alcoholic people always bitch and moan. No offense, people that drink a lot of booze, you're a fucking pussy-ass man. You might as well chop your fucking balls off and call yourself Sally. You are a bunch of pussy-ass men. Why the fuck are you drinking in the first place at a young 20-year-old when you haven't done shit with your fucking life? Why you already wasted your life away? Not to say you can't have some booze and that because you had a long day. No, you're drinking to get away from all the stress because you can't understand that you need to do these things. When you refuse the natural order kicks you in your fucking balls. You can never get away from what God has put in place naturally. God says, work or you will not be fed. Jesus talks about that. He means that you have to do something to get something. You can't do the opposite. You can't, get something, especially when you can work for it. When you make stupid decisions in your life, you get stupid fucking prizes. My friend says, this dude evidently, his foot's messed up or something like that. Or he has an arm messed up. Or something's messed up with him. Which would be anybody that's like this. He complains that he has to stand up. I said, well, bro, if you were fucking overweight, first of all, you're massively overweight, and you say your feet hurt. Well, motherfucker, if you're 50, 60 pounds over the normal weight limit, and you're not lifting weights and trying to build up your body in that, then more or less likely, it's going to be hard to fucking stand for 8 hours. And the funny thing is, you always say, well, younger people can be able to do stuff more than that. They can. But when I see them, they're like,
Do I hide my wealth to combat new and unprecedented
They're-
dangers?
like these kids are massively
give in to the
overweight.
instant gratification of
Then they're
something new
weak.
and
They're super
extravagant?
weak. At least the ones that I see that I work with in that, they're weak. I'm like, why is everyone so weak? You guys have all the drugs in the world. I'm like, fuck, just go on a good cycle of fucking Wolverine peptides, which are recovery peptides, which I've been taking for a little bit now. It recovers your body. And, like, you guys are sitting there eating like fucking 5-year-old kids. Like, you don't know that you can't eat 5 gallons of sugar a day and think you're going to be fucking Superman. Like, where's all this coming from? Oh, the internet. Oh, you're just stupid. Oh, your parents. Okay, so go back to what I said before. When you're growing up in that, there's certain things you have to learn. If you grew up with a specific way of life, you're gonna have that way of life throughout your whole entire life. The only way of changing it is by understanding that it's not good for you. So I grew up with two different sides. I grew up with a righteous side and a semi-righteous side. The righteous side was believing in God, believing in Jesus, obeying the word, understanding the word. You can't obey what you can't understand, so understand the word and pushing it through. When you're a kid, of course you don't care about that. You want to live free. You want to live with playing video games and being stupid. That's what I did. I grew up with loving numbers. I love numbers. I was very good at math and that until you get into algebra, which is fucking pointless. I was very good at counting things and that. And I love playing level up games. I play level up games with numbers and that. Back then, there wasn't a whole lot of games like that. I mean, you had the Final Fantasies, you had the Shining Forces. You had games back then that were like that to a certain degree. Of course, you have Secret of Mana, Secret of Evermore. They kind of build up when I was in the 90s and that. But see, the 90s, we didn't have social media. We didn't even have fucking cell phones. But what? Like, not everyone had a cell phone. Now we all have mini computers. We can go on the internet and look up porn in the middle of the fucking day if you want to. What I'm trying to say is, we're getting to that point where we're not understanding what we could do without. We want to keep pushing with it. So the bulk of people waste a huge amount of money on certain things. I say when you have that technology in your hand, maybe you should look up stuff. Look up the meanings of things, understanding why people say things, get a different perspective of life instead of just sitting there and constantly want to do the same thing. That's how you build up knowledge. You start understanding the truth. Once you understand the truth, you're never going to get away from God. People question God. I listen to even older people. They're older than me.
Change. Get their eyes locked on a dick. As I asked them to pick a
they want to push these agendas and say, well,
rushes their court. Light practice.
I said because they don't understand, they get confused. I said, well, you don't understand. That's why you're confused. It's okay, because that's the whole point of living. You have to grasp stuff and understand stuff. The world likes to take you in, and this is where I had a personal problem with. As when I was a young man in that, I was like in high school now, back in like 2006 and stuff like that. Like I said, we barely had social media. Social media didn't really exist. Social media Facebook didn't come out to like YouTube and Facebook, all that didn't come out to like 2006, and they didn't really start getting big till like 2008. I remember watching the Angry Video Game Nerd, watching his season 2. He did season 1, then he came out with season 2. This was early YouTube. And one of my friends in that, pretty cool guy in that, but at this time in that, I didn't have the same mindset I have now. It's not because I was younger and I didn't figure it out yet. So I was hanging out with this one guy that, I like to have friends that I hate being alone. I like having, attention on me. But then I start finding out that most people didn't fucking like me. Most guys, the guys I hung around with, they never appreciated me. I never knew why. I mean, now I know, but back then I never knew why. And then I start thinking about it, now. I said, a lot of these guys, they like being around me and that. But some of them are jealous because I get attracted to you very easily, evidently. And I normally don't have to try that hard. And I'm trying to learn about, I never understood why these things were happening. And people like stare at me. Women, especially, they'll stare at me. I remember all the times they would stare at me. Like I remember this one girl named Ashley and that. She was a little hottie in high school and that, you know. She would just stare at me. She wouldn't say nothing. She just look at me. And like I never understood that. I remember the times I was like thinking about it. Like how these people just look at me and they never really fucking say anything. And now I know, because now I have the answers to the questions. So now I see it. So you're staring at me. And then one of the ladies I used to work with in that, I asked, I'm like, why do you keep staring at me? Like, what's with you? Something on my face? And one of them says, like, well, you got an attractive face. I said, okay, is that why you stare at me? He says, like, yeah, like you're what they call me, cute or handsome. And so I elaborate on it. It says, I asked, because me and her were talking, get really close to it. So what do you like about me? And she said, your face. She's like, you got, it's like, she basically was saying that she was kind of obsessed with it. I'm like, why are you obsessed with my face for? Like, well, it's like, I don't know. It's just the way your face looks. I always thought about it. I'm like, okay, well, I don't see it myself, but other people do. And I look at myself and I'm just like, I don't see it. I don't know what it is. Like, I'm trying to understand. And that's what it is. You can't see your own beauty because you're not looking at it from that perspective. Like when I look at myself, I don't look at my fucking face like, hey there, handsome. I don't do that shit. I look at my body. I'm like, okay, like I'm kind of fat in that, but like they don't look at it from that perspective. I look at all, I gotta lift, do more leg exercises, get my legs thicker. That's how I think about it. I want to be more proportionate, but what I notice when people look at animals, they look at animals as always being cute. Animals are always cute. They're fluffy. They're cute. They got like the bone structure is just attractive. I tried to understand that. It's like, okay, so what makes a person attractive? When you look at them, it's the jawline. For some reason, jawlines having more meat on them, having a thicker jaw as a man is more attractive. I'm like, okay, well that's a kind of a thing. And same thing with women. When I look at a woman in that, high cheekbones, their jaw is like they have a muscular jaw on that. I don't know, maybe because they're skinny. That it makes it look more attractive. But then if you look at some people that are not like that, it's like, okay, well, why? What's attractive about them? And so when you see people that just have those genetics, they're just like they just don't look good. Their face structures just doesn't look as good as others. So you start pondering about that, like, okay, like why is this? Why is that? And you really start to think about it. And it's like, well, shit. I never noticed that. But looks can change based upon what? Your spirituality. I know this is weird though. But so in my perspective, I think about the spirituality between positive and negative. I think people are always a little bit of both. But how you placate yourself into which one you like, basically which one you do the most. So I used to be a super negative person. That super negative. People were attracted to me after they got to know me because I was negative. Like, oh, why you guys like being that? But I was super negative. I was very emotional. I was like, bitch. But it got through that they didn't care. Like, oh, well, you're cute though, so it's okay. I said, well, that's stupid. So because I'm attractive to you, and I need to take a shit, be right back.
God, no need for a finale. By the time they notice, I am 3 blocks away.
Yeah, this shit's pretty cool.
So we're the chosen people now. Anybody who believes in Christ is chosen. That's right. Which is actually the big mistake that people make, is still thinking the Jews are the chosen people. They were, but they rejected their inheritance. They refused to accept Christ. Because even the Jewish religion was ultimately a lead up to an impartial revelation relationship with God. This is why Christ was so partial. The first time I read this, I was stunned. St. Thomas Aquinas actually makes the observation. He said that the prophets and patriarchs of the Jews actually knew that God was playing, and they knew it was going to be coming tomorrow. They knew this. We see this in the book of Isaiah. Isaiah in various parts of Scripture that they and so the Jews actually knew this. This is why Christ was so partial. The Jews, that when he came, he said, "Hey guys, you guys knew this. Calling me this, make yourself equal." So they knew that God was going to be part of basically being taught there. So the fact that they apostatized and rejected.
Yeah, this is what's really funny in that.
Well, Conway's disappointed Zadra isn't an
When people
actual
talk
vampire.
about,
Honestly, she just
like,
has me confused.
I'm gonna go to
She
this.
seems happy to
So
work
this
together
this
now.
father guy, I'm just listening to
Why
it now.
not before? Why play hermit when we could have used the support? Stick with this plan
He
for
just
now.
talked
I'm gonna
about
do some digging on this later.
Jews think that they're chosen, but God rejected them, saying you're not chosen because you don't believe in me, Jesus. The Old Testament leads up to Christ dying. It always does. And time after time in the Old Testament, God proves himself to be the only one true God. Like other people believe in this and believe in that. I say, your pagan gods are absolutely, they have no power. You guys, like people that are pagans, they worship moon gods or something. All those things came from God. I am Yahweh. Adonai came from God himself. God has many names. The one name that he said to Moses during the burning bush, he said, God, he's asking, like, what is your name? What can I call you? And I'll call you God, Lord. But them are adjectives, basically. He said, I am what I am. I am. And ways, basically saying, I always existed, so I am what I am. There's nothing above me, for that I always existed. And that gets really interesting. I'm actually getting kind of giddy about it. It's like learning who God actually is, even though we might know a speck of it, is so beautiful. Knowing that he came as a human and was living with us, and he still does it today. He'll pop up as a human every now and again, and then he'll just like walk around. And people don't even notice it because you don't. And it's funny though, because like if anyone ever had like any of these any of these things and stuff like happen in their life and when they meet someone out of nowhere, it happens all the time. They'll meet a person out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden, the person just like he stops existing. It becomes very interesting.
Did you come for an autograph?
The Vault Hunter is here. Whoever kills them will be granted the honor
They're not done. But yeah, like listening to actual people that actually like understand like the word of God really good is like beautiful. I've always liked that shit.
God in the end, which is why he sees to be the chosen people, which is why God gives him that one generation. So after Christ dies in the year 70 AD, with Romans destroying it,
And leave money on the table? Oh, no.
The Jews are practicing their religion because none of them are offering sacrifice. That doesn't mean that they're not living up according to certain parts of the Old Testament and things of that sort, but they're not actually performing the ceremonial laws. Interesting.
What goes on inside the room when an exorcism's happening?
It's a very structured approach. In many cases, if the person who's possessed can tolerate it, we'll actually offer mass so the person can receive Holy Communion, which then weakens the demons significantly. And when the session begins, there's a series of prayers that we actually start before we start the formal ritual. The reason those are done is to provide everybody protection that's in the room, and then we'll actually start the formal ritual. It's a Latin ritual. It usually starts out with the Litany of the Saints. That is also diagnostic because during different phases of the possession, they'll react to different saints at different times, and usually you'll start finding out why you're reacting to this saint. It's usually because it has something to do with the demon.
Always bet on bullet.
Going to be instrumental in interceding for the soul that's possessed. The saint actually might be like a nemesis of the particular demon. But then when you hear the names of people who are faithful, then you actually go kind of more faithful. Called repertory. Say a prayer after a vice versa.
Easy on the hardware.
And that's where the ritual is done. You're just going to get that demons to receive specific things, because the way the demons are, they hear everything you say. And so as you're saying these things, he sees it in his own life. Forcing you to consider your name. We don't have just like ours when we go to the T, it gets to the point where it gives us things. Outside that context, the one that I've seen the most is 27 demons in one person. Yeah, pretty sad case. This guy was hurt. Most of them are somewhere between 1 to 8. So the number of possessors, the names, because once you know the name, there's aspects to the name.
Zetra, I made it into Sal's production facility.
Good. I'm monitoring your echo feed. Head into the R&D department.
That is what bad luck looks like.
The pest like you! I knew that!
So if I call your name, hey Sean, when it goes into your faculties and you hear it, it draws your attention. Well, it's the same thing with them. You're using their attention, and they can't get their mind off of the thing that you're telling them to do. How they got in, because a lot of times how they got in is how they're going to get out. And then the time and date of departure when you leave it. I don't ask that too often because they usually lie. And then the final last piece of information is what is it going to take to get you out? And usually it's something very simple.
I have a gear to pick with your lot.
There's the hierarchy. Somebody doesn't want you to do it.
A little recoil never hurt anyone. Not shaking that one off.
The church always said that the church is
Let's find out what he's been up to.
Morality and spiritual lives and among its members. You're going to see a concomitant, usually a 10 to 20-year lag time. You're going to see it.
They're modifying bulkheads. How does a bioweapon fit into this? It applied a substance to the bulkhead's carapace. Whatever this is, Saul is already preparing to manufacture it en masse.
That sounds bad. Very bad, even.
It certainly is. You should destroy this assembly line immediately, before he can produce more. This is a significant escalation.
This guy's really good.
If this is what Saul's up to, I need to extract all the data I can.
Homosexuality. We see this huge uptick because the communists and the Freemasons were allowing the homosexuals into the seminary. In fact, in 1960, there was a document called Institutes Religiosorum, which was sent out by the Vatican to all the heads of religious congregations. And in that document, there's three things. Stop ordaining the homosexuals, stop ordaining the pedophiles, and stop ordaining the men who are chaste. Which tells you that the 50s was a particular problem with its infiltration. And then once they got into positions of authority, they allowed men who had these problems to stay in. There's a concomitant problem now with homosexuality that starts in the 70s and flourishes in the 80s, and then now we've got just a massive problem with it. And it's because of the fact that the graces aren't coming in the world in the manner that they're supposed to be. The situation for the Antichrist is just about present.
What about the temple?
According to the fathers of the church, they said the temple will never be rebuilt. And the reason will never be rebuilt. And the reason being is because Christ actually put an end to the Jewish sacrifice on purpose, because the Jewish sacrifice in the Old Testament was a lead up or a prefigurement of Christ. And so he gave them one generation in order for them to convert to Christianity. And when they didn't, he put an end to their sacrifice. So technically speaking, there hasn't been practicing Jews in 2,000 years because the temple hasn't been around. They haven't been able to offer sacrifice. It doesn't mean that they don't pray and things of that sort, but they haven't been able to enact their primary religious duties, which is to offer sacrifice. Plus, their Levitic line, which is their priestly line, was destroyed. A lot of the Protestants are thinking, let's help the Jews rebuild the temple in order for the Antichrist to put himself in there. And that means that Christ will come, and that's kind of their reasoning behind it. But the fathers of the church are very clear that it will never be rebuilt, and that the reference to the abomination of desolation taking its seat in the temple is actually a reference to the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church.
I have a gear to pick with you Machine versus machine. Hope the timekeeper kept your warranty.
Just can't help yourself, can you? You're like a tiny shard of glass I can't pull from my flesh.
Same set of problems that we have people that are fairly high up. Now, I don't know how much they know me by name specifically. I suspect they know who I am. There have been some people that work in the Vatican who are pleased with some of the work I'm doing. That is leadership. Not all of it is very morally compromised, and some of it is involved in stuff that's very dark. A lot of these guys went into the priesthood already on the other team.
That should throw a wrench in Saul's plans. Of course, we still need to suss out what the substance actually is. I'm coming to join you. Meet me in the lobby.
The world through economies, even though you'll have control of the governments too. But when he appears, there has to be a unification of the worldwide economy to a degree that's a little bit farther down the road than ours is at this point. So I don't think that he's just immediately around the corner. It's because he has to be able to basically control people en masse. The other thing is too is it has to be something that the people that are alive, that in order to survive access to the digital currency.
I've arrived. Easily, thanks to you clearing the way.
I'll need a console connected to their main network to access the data on Saul's research. Let's move quickly, before he can respond.
Social credit score. Yeah, that's right. Among other things. The other thing is, too, is we also know that the Catholic Church specifically will have to be at a state where it would have to have gone through a prior weakening, and then it will resurge right before the Antichrist comes. The morals of people will implode, they say, in such a rapid fashion to where this last 50 years will make our heads spin. Everybody will be under the influence. Well, they say that the Antichrist will be so charismatic that unless a person has specific graces from God, you can easily get sucked into what he teaches and what he professes, which of course is going to be a rejection of Christ, and he will set himself up as the Messiah. Once he shows up, the two prophets that were in heaven, Elijah and Enoch, have to return. It'll be clear that they are
So, you're from off planet. What is it like out there? It's been a long time.
It is kind of like being an innocent crab, constantly hunted despite doing what you must to survive. And maybe a few other crabs, but mostly surviving.
Not so different from how I remember it. What's the saying? Everything old is new again?
This concludes our small talk, by the way. I'll take care of this.
They don't pray and things of that sort, but they have been able to enact their primary religious duties, which is to offer sacrifice.
More resistance. Let's clear them out and keep moving.
In order for the Antichrist to put himself in there, that means that Christ will come.
Give it your best shot!
I always make time for this.
What are the main areas or institutions where evil seems to be
more of that substance
in America today?
I want to test a theory. Try to damage it.
Seeing the diabolic stuff pretty clearly, but the place that they're making the biggest headway, if we're talking about a shift that we started noticing about 2-3 years ago, where the demons used to not attack, and now they're doing a full-blown attack, is on good families. Families that historically led good lives, were raising their kids properly, very religious. Now they're attacking them. It's either a sign of one or two things. They're emboldened because as the world gets more evil, they get more power, and so they can actually attack fortresses that they used to not be able to attack. We're seeing a dissolution where
as I feared, it's some new kind of armor, impenetrable.
When if Saul armored that door, what is on the other side must be important to him, yes?
Agreed. Look for another way around. I'll dredge up the research files on this new armor.
You still try to ruin everything I've ever worked for. Why? I did nothing to you. Nothing. I only ever wanted to please the timekeeper. May he rule forever. But you just won't stop.
Just tolerate that stuff and think it's actually okay, because the majority of the public thinks it's okay for two men to get married, which I think is just an indicator of our insanity. But that all being said, I think they know that the gig is up. God's going to intervene at some point just to do the correction. There was a prophecy St. Francis of Assisi gave back in the 1200s, and he talked about a time which would come in which the demons would have unusual power. And as exorcists, we've noticed that their resilience and ability to take a beating and to hold on to things is on a level that we have historically we just never saw. And so we know that there's a lot of evil out there that is empowering them to stay where they're at. But the primary aim of attack now is on the family. What would the correction be? Ultimately, we don't really have any certitude. Before the Antichrist comes, one of the things that we know from the fathers of the church is that there will be a worldwide implosion of people's morality, which we've seen. The situation for the Antichrist is just about present. The Antichrist has to be able to...
I'm pulling up the research files. That lab is where the bioweapon codenamed Locust is being developed.
I believe I am looking at it now.
Yeah, this is what it is. Like people that like say, "Oh, two men can get married," and that.
Canceling your order.
People are like, "Oh, why is stupid?" Like, cause it's not meant to be for man and man, man and man, and never supposed to be together to be with. They're like, well, what's wrong with being gay now? Like, everything's wrong with being gay. It's not about being gay. It's a mentality that you have. You gotta think about it. A lot of people have a mentality in that, like, they fuck up their whole life because of it.
Well, this is a surprise. Biological byproduct
Like when
of
someone's
weapon
gay,
demonstrates remarkable
just to
resistance
say,
to damage.
do
It
they
seems
actually
this
feel fucking
impenetrable
happy?
armor and Locust are related. Let's test
I
something.
said, well, some people,
Activate
might
that
feel
sample
happy in
dispenser
some
by the
sort of
Locust
way.
containment unit. Then throw it on the armored door.
But I don't think they are. I met a lot of gay people in my life. I'm not saying like hundreds, but I met, quite a few. They're always, like, most of them I met were super desperate.
Careful. If Locust is accurately
And the ones I
named,
actually did
you
meet
should
that were
avoid
actually like
direct
masculine,
contact.
they weren't feminine at all. I'm like, why are you gay? Like, well, I'm attracted to men. I said, so why are you attracted to men, though? And they could never answer it. They're like, well, I was born this way. I said, what do you mean you're born this way? You were born anyway. You're born with no knowledge.
And turns it into this armor-like
You're not
substance.
born
And the only
into
thing
a
that can
specific
damage it
way.
is more Locust. How
You were put into that
terrifyingly
way.
efficient.
And you believed it. Now, people don't want to think about that. I know from personal, actual experience. I try to be gay. I could have fulfilled it. This is what scares people in that. They'll ask me, like, what do you mean? I try to fulfill changing my mind to liking guys. Wait a minute, that's not how it works. That's exactly how it works.
If the armor is melted biomet,
It would have succeeded if I didn't pull my way out of it.
I didn't think he was capable of this.
Now I'm more attracted to women now. Wait a minute, how's that happen, people may ask? Because it's a sin to be gay. It's a sin to hate people. You shouldn't hate people. These are the ways, we would have to say, how life is.
I give purpose to those who have none. An impenetrable,
So when I went down that
glorious purpose.
I knew it was wrong.
The bolted masses throw the timekeeper's mercy in his face. The locust has no mercy. It renders them down to something more useful.
Did you come for an article?
Now, first to see my weapon in use will be those most in need of purpose.
The only way to destroy its bioarmor is the Locust gas. Toss one of the canisters at it. Good job. Now take it down.
classics. Guess they were not splatterproof.
So if I knew what was wrong, your spirituality didn't want to fucking do it. I couldn't
Since you arrived, Vault Hunter, you have ruined every opportunity I had to finally prove myself.
If you look at most gay people, they don't believe it.
Render down the entirety of the Fade Fields if it means
They want to
you
say they
perish
do. So
with
I
it.
believe in God. If you believe in God, you wouldn't be gay. People get offended by that. It's like, well, I'm just saying, if you believe in Jesus, you would not be gay. You would be happier if you had, you know, a what you call heterosexual life. They frown upon that. They always say, well, why would you say that? I said, well, are you actually fucking happy? And so most gay people are happy because they fight against the straights. I have gay people all the time kind of like convert me over to being gay. Convert me. That's funny. Why you gotta convert someone if it was actually sound? Why you have to convert people? If gay people just existed just like everybody else, there should be plenty of gay people out there. Why is there not? When you ask yourself that question, there's not. There's not a lot of gay people out there. And the most people that claim that they're gay, are they?
Send as many as you want.
I mean, when I talk to a gay person, that because you know, occasionally I do that, you know, because you know, I asked him like, why are you attracted?
The ship's launching.
Vault Hunter, you gave the Outbounders hope. That was a mistake.
To men.
No.
And they act like women. They have like that facade of a woman facade.
Get out of there now.
So, in retrospect, they want to believe that they're better than women. That's literally what they do. And you can't even joke about this shit at all. Like, this is literally how they despise women. So they want to act like women, thinking they could do better than women. Okay.
You must. That ship is loaded with locusts.
Don't come back here, okay? Please. Just stay safe.
Rush!
I'm assuming you're ignoring Rush's plea, but you'll
But things you can't make this stuff up though.
have to hurry. The fast travel is down.
It does not matter what he says. I will not wait idly while Saul massacres the Outbounders.
Just don't get yourself killed in the process. Kairos needs you more than the Outbounders do. I'll see if I can find a way to shut down his ship.
Just
or
like with the
weapons from here.
transgender women, they want to act like men. They want to think they could do better than men.
Vault Hunter! Vault Hunter! I don't know what to do!
That's just lesbian women trying to think they could be better than men. Same thing with men thinking they try to be better than the woman. That's full on Satanism. They're trying to think they could be better than what God created us to be. That's why being gay is so bad. That's why being a lesbian is so bad. They put themselves in the position saying that their will's better than God's will. Well, good luck with that.
Oh, not with you, obviously.
God's gonna correct things no matter what.
Very soul has
Because it's not our fault that we're fucking stupid.
necessary.
Which we are. Clearly fucking dumb as fuck. We can't understand that why these things don't work.
Thank you, Vault Hunter.
And like, they want to think, especially want to think, you know, fuck, back then when I was early 2000s, gay people thought they were more superior than straight people. I said, well, what do you mean by more superior? You act like a normal, you act like a human being like everybody else. Well, you get super duper gay powers or something? Like, you just, like, that doesn't make any sense. But the women always seem to fall for the kind of, they're like, oh, gay guys are just like us and that. I know plenty of women that always talk about they want to bang gay guys and that. Like, oh man, that'd be nice. And they're so like, you know, amazing that, like, yeah, but you would never want to date yourself. Like when I see like a woman dating a woman and that, and then I see a woman that wants to be masculine. They look like a fucking man, but they're not a man. They have no cock and balls. They have none of that shit. And they believe. And they're normally fat too. They're never like super fucking attractive. They're always like rather fucking ugly. That's what I noticed. Like a lot of gay people and that, a lot of them are like average looking people. They're not like super fucking attractive. They're like, eh. You know, because it's just that vibe. Like, okay. What did I tell you? You be whatever the fuck you want to be. I don't care, I'm not gonna stop. I don't.
Okay.
Just focus on finding shelter. I can handle this.
I can help you take down that ship, but not from here. Go down to the bunker and get the fast travel load.
Heading there now. Jackpot! That lock has good aim! Nothing beats the class.
But yeah. Now people get offended by it. Like, if you want to get offended by something, get offended. That whatever. I don't give a fuck else. Give two flying fucks what people actually think. I've been through it, so I can understand.
Good work.
So, it's a complete lie. You've been lied to. Being gay is not a genetic thing. Science tries to figure it out, and that is complete bullshit. There's no such thing as a chromosome that's different.
So I head up, create chaos,
and that's why you're gay.
Then,
because it's just a mindset to believe
it.
You believe that you're gay.
I like those eyes.
It's all about belief. Our world is structured by our beliefs. Whatever we believe in, we structure ourselves based upon that. And when you look at most people that are, you know, that do have that gay mentality in that, and you like think about it, and you're like, okay, well, you ask them, like, if you really believe in God, then why are you gay? They said, what do you mean, why am I gay? I always gotta ask, why are you gay? Why are you a lesbian? Why do you want to do something that doesn't make much sense? That many people don't do.
I have a gear to pick with your lot.
Unleash hell, Vault Hunter.
People try to understand it. And the only ones that I try not to really understand it is like, it was mostly women. Women essentially are the ones that kept on pushing these things from emotions. You see how emotions don't structurally execute things properly. Like women it's always to do with the women too. I don't know what it is. Emotionally, people are very structured, fucked up. Like they just don't understand that emotions really can be guided by demons.
That's it. Now get out of there.
And like people essentially don't want to understand that. Women are supposed to be emotions controlled by men. I know people want to get, oh my god, about this and that. Like, no, think about it.
Then, it is done. I am on my way to you now.
Well done.
It's like when women talk, they talk with emotions.
Saul
That
thought he
guys
had the
can be
upper hand,
logical
but you
with their
showed how
emotions.
wrong
Okay,
he was.
that
How is
doesn't make
everyone
sense.
down there? How is Rush?
He's...
I'm not sure.
Then they get
Hasn't
mad.
said
It's
a
like, why do you
word.
get mad?
Sorry, I
Get
run an
back here as soon as you
exclusive crew.
can.
No weak links.
We have to send
I mean,
everything
men
we
do
have
it
to Saul
too,
before he can strike
but
again.
emotions themselves are governed by women.
I didn't think Saul was capable.
That's where you get all of these confused ass men that try to get relationships. Like I was confused.
This moment of respite won't last. Saul nearly wiped out the
They try to get
with a single
relationships in that,
ship.
and
If
they're
you
too
want to
emotional.
stop,
It's like women are the governors of emotions. Men are governors of
That
logic.
context to your demeanor. That was intense. Are you feeling okay?
So when a man's masculine, he's logical, he's gonna get more attraction than anything else. Because what happens when a man's logical and he's more masculine? He works hard, he makes a lot of money in that, he understands his role in life.
Means nothing. This has to end. Saul's reign.
If a man doesn't do that, women are not really attracted to them. And I don't give a fuck what any man says. It's not attractive if you don't have those type of qualities.
The order ship you
Love you
took
guys.
down, it's still loaded with locust missiles. Let's use Saul's own weapon
It
against
just doesn't work like that.
You keep the Rippers off any outbounders scavenging the missiles. Conway's already scouting ahead. I'll ready the rest of the assault. It's time to fight.
How you been, love?
And people get upset about that stuff. Like, yeah, I mean, you have to be that way. But men that don't have that sort of attraction, it's like if you think, of, well, who was the most popular kid in school? Probably the first one I got a job and started driving, right?
Vault Hunter, here! With these Rippers!
You seem to have wasted your neutral life. That was all of them.
Wish we were meeting under better circumstances, but believe me.
I'm happy for the help. We got lucky. These locust missiles are still usable. There's a few stuck on the cliff over there if you wouldn't mind grabbing them.
And what is the plan for these, exactly?
Well, Conway said we're gonna stick them right up Saul's idolating ass. Which is not strictly true, but perhaps metaphorically.
But that's the basics of it.
That's all of them. I'll get these
So when you look at it from
missiles
that
up to the
perspective, like,
fortress.
oh wow, that's why
You
that
go on
person's
ahead and meet
popular
up with
now.
Rush and the others.
Oh, yeah, his car first there, but and all the guys get jealous over because he's getting a lot of
Rush,
fucking
the
attention.
locust missiles
They're
are
like,
secure.
oh, I'm driving your car.
I'm on my way to you now.
And like the guy's just like, okay.
Conway was
Yeah,
scouting
that's cool.
Saul's fortress, but I haven't heard from him in too long.
He doesn't really think about it as anything, you know. And then the woman does their sexual bullshit, and then the guy, you know, gets laid.
After the cataclysm, when the outbounders chose me to lead, I didn't realize
It's
how much
literally
I
how it
watched from the
happens.
sidelines. I
Because
should've
women
been like
fall
you,
in love with that,
out there
like,
fighting,
they get
risking it
attracted
all.
to that
I can do this.
masculine, like, you know, I don't give a fuck attitude, defend people, and that type
I
shit.
won't lose anyone else.
It all depends on, you know, how you are as a person, but like, all women gravitate towards it. You do sure any woman says, like, oh, I want an emotional man, I know you don't. Emotional man is a fucking man. Because you always want to ask them, do you want to deal with your fucking self? And people say, well, no. Like, fucking never. That's how it meant for you. But yeah, that's why people would like kind of understand.
This is going to be personal.
That's why there's such a crisis in this world. The crisis in this world is because people stop looking at things from a traditional perspective. Like, anyone that fights against authorities is, well, basically a fucking idiot. We could call them satanic if you also want to call them that, because that's basically what it is. People don't want to obey much rules and that. They think that that's the prideness in them. They believe they can do whatever they want to do, and that's well, there's no consequences. Like, fuck all the consequences, bro. Like, you fucking retarded. Like, you can't act a certain way, or you won't be able to sit there and do anything. You know.
Not much left of
These
you.
would be the people that would get the mark of the beast. They'd be okay with it. Like, they just wouldn't care. So I like to live life having fun and being fucked up. Like, yeah, you live life being having fun and getting fucked up. So you burn in fucking hell, and then you're sitting there bitching knowing that you're burning in hell. Because things ain't going your way. Well, you should have thought about that. Well, I didn't know. Well, that's the problem. People always tell you about it. They always talk about it.
The order will never be destroyed.
You know, hopefully I'll be massively fucking old before this, you know, before the Antichrist even comes, and that's I could just be like, deuces. Like, deuces. Adios, amigos. I'm out of this. Because the world is inevitably going to end eventually.
No, you are on top.
Yeah, the world's gonna end, and we're all gonna be judged. That's gonna be inevitable.
Big money, big money.
The dead fox! I was just warned!
So, like, try be as, you know, try to believe in Jesus as much as you can. We're not going to be perfect. No. But he's our Lord and Savior for a reason. People say, well, that's just a belief. No, that's the fucking truth. No other religion can tell more truth than Christianity.
Welcome to the fight. Missiles are on board and we're ready to kick Saul's tail. Now help me take down that gate. The Locust truck needs cover to advance. Push through. Damn, this feels good. We're finally fighting side by side.
Who needs luck when you have Rush by your side? Really make a good team.
The outbounders are calling the shots now, not Saul.
A little something for everyone.
But you know I could.
Big money! Big money!
As always, I really don't care what actually people say.
The smaller Locust dose should be enough to take out the bioarmor here. Then when we reach the main fortress gate, we're gonna blow the entire payload. Got a remote detonator rigged up for that.
We are through the gate! Move forward together!
You heard him! Go, go, go! Don't stop till you can smell Saul's breath! Protect each other's backs! Show them our strength! Show them our resolve! Don't give up! We got this!
Machine versus machine! Another fight goes my way.
It's not too late to walk the path of order.
Conway!
Fancy.
That got quite a bit off that. Nice. So yeah, 24% chance to auto refill. Oh no, it's auto refill. And then into his gun, and then action skill is a 15% chance, whatever. So refill chance is 24. Ammo refill is 30% of current mag.
Meeting you guys here.
So
You're hurt.
I'm fine.
So it'd be basically 2.
Ish.
So I recover. I have 24%
Mostly
chance
just
to recover.
embarrassed at getting caught off guard.
You got us to Saul's doorstep. Take the rest of the fighters and get to safety.
Oh, come on, Rush.
Same when I shoot. Whenever dash deals. Okay, whenever do connector. Well, this is what I want. Converts all elemental cash deals Elemental damage cash deals is converted to kinetic damage. Converts in this way is increased. Elemental damage conversion goes up to 45%. Convert damage increases 75%. And this one just gives me 50% more damage. Maximum rockets fire. I don't use the rocket thing too much. I do that much damage. I just shoot people. And it does more damage. Dealing kinetic damage with an ordnance and gear does more damage. Yeah, this is when I have to get up the reload speed. Damn, what the fuck? Okay. Oh. That's crazy. All that doubles. I was gonna look at this other shit. Okay, whenever Cash gains focus stack, he gains a chance to gain additional stacks. So basically it's 100%. I get one more stack. That's pretty good. Cash increases elemental damage with more stacks. Okay, this is the elemental base one. Melee override. Tentacle card does a lot of damage in that. Okay, so this is basically an ordnance thing. Additional augment slot. That's pretty cool. Guide damage based upon fortitude. Increases by 3.5. So it could increase. What's this? Damage reduction does 1,000. Vampire touch is 1,000. Damn, that's fucking ridiculous. Add vampire touch card to the deck that deals kinetic life steal and critical. Damn, that's fucking crazy shit. Yeah, that's like look at this shit because you never know. Like there could be. They got a lot of ordnance damage. Critical damage. Grenade. So he's more of an ordnance based class. What does this one do? What is this one? That's the bone dice. Okay. Health and life regeneration. Okay. Increases max health. Okay. Cash gets increased max health. Whenever he spawns a bone dice, recovers a potential of his max health. Seeing health goes into overshield. That's pretty fucking cool. Skill damage. Okay, this is more of an action skill. There's damage dealt. What's this do? Overshield, lightning rod. Oh, I got to go to the chest. Shitterdoodle. Right back.
train themselves, and they literally will morph, looking like an alien. They claim, these Greys, they claim that they are not angels or humans, and that they are neither good nor bad. This is why, if the nexus of physiology isn't fairly solid and fairly precise, you're going to end up in a lot of error.
You're not trying to win this all on your own, are you?
This is the Crimson Resistance. No one's on their own. Everyone, take Conway and get back to HQ. We've got it from here. They've all risked enough. It's up to us now, Vault Hunter. This way, the elevator.
You're going to end up in a lot of error. The fact that so many reports of abductions center around the aliens hyper-focusing on sexual organs, or are they giving us knowledge? Communicating knowledge to us. What this basically tells us is that
this is our only chance to take Saul down. All the people we lost. I can't let them die in vain.
Doing right by the people we have lost means continuing to fight at any cost. Soon Saul will taste our vengeance.
We're in this together, remember? I don't care what I have to do. Saul dies today. Just a few adjustments and it'll be good to go.
Keep them off me up there and we'll blast our way right to them.
It will come for an autograph.
Delivery for Idolater Saul! Straight to your front door!
A little recall never hurt anyone.
Best work yet. Get far enough away from the
blast zone. I'll join you once I activate the detonation sequence.
Of human body.
That's so true.
Conway always said I was a terrible liar. Guess they just know me too well.
Rush, what exactly are you saying?
Remote detonation won't work.
Realized it while you were fighting. Has to be triggered manually. Saul will retaliate if we don't do this now. Tell Conway I love him, okay? And then I'm sorry.
Go and finish this. Just like I said, I've got you.
Rush!
Wait, what the? Where am I?
Emergency fast travel complete. I've got him, Vault Hunter. You go finish the job.
Just as we're seeing this play out itself on a grander scale in that world with the alien thing, they'll try and do that in section. They're just trying to distract you by something. It's not true. It's true because they're there. But when you say there's different levels, you have to pass them each level. Some graduate, some are actually under training and stuff from the very beginning. Sometimes they're actually groomed. They'll watch them in college and watch them and then they'll introduce them into this through various societies and things of that sort. They'll get them into engaging in cult. There's a few of these people that are actually part of a pedigree
Zadra, I'm alive. How?
You have the look of a man ready to do something foolish. I thought I'd do my best to prevent that.
Thank you. Look, what I said to you before.
No, you were right. I spent centuries at the Timekeeper's side. His coldness seeped into me. I'm still defrosting. Now to the matter at hand. Another of Saul's airships is preparing to launch. Stop it.
And then Saul himself. I'm gonna hold you to your promise, Vault Hunter.
Just leave it to me.
You defended the Outbounders. You killed my spy master. You took Sandra from me. And now you'll desecrate my fortress with your stench. Defiance is weakness. Rebellion is desperation. The Timekeeper was right about your kind. Chaos cannot be allowed to thrive.
You mentioned Demon of Fear. What is the Demon of Fear?
You are a worm. A worthless creature that deserves to crawl in the dirt. What you are doing here accomplishes nothing. Your life on Kairos could have been something of value if you would just listen to the Timekeeper. No. You spat in his face. Come now. Let your flesh melt and serve me. Fulfill your purpose. And die.
I feel like some kind of drifter or something.
You should be approaching Saul's airship now, Vault Hunter.
With all the Epstein stuff, have you been following that at all? A bit, from a distance, yeah. That seems like some type of satanic ritualistic type stuff that was going on there. Yes, actually, the stuff that was going on there, and it just...
There, up ahead. That's Saul's airship. It's the same type that struck the Outbounders before. If it launches, there's no way they'll survive again.
What's going on, and it seems like nobody high up, nobody that could actually do something about this is going to. They're just trying to cover it up. Distractions. They're trying to take our eye off of the satanic ritualistic things that Epstein did before any of this came out. Our friends said that think it'll be aliens. And then we see former President Barack Obama go...
I can't cancel the launch from here, and there's no way to get you inside. Get closer somehow. That's your only hope for stopping it.
I have a deal to pick with you lot.
The refueling platform. If you raise it, you should be able to reach the ship.
Should have quit while you were ahead.
Well done. There's no sense attempting to blow up the ship. You'd turn to goo along with it. If you can release the docking clamps, that should sabotage the launch sequence. And buy you time to take down Saul.
at death? You are barely alive as he is.
Because it empowers them.
Send more my way. I am hot. Better to risk it all than become you.
First of all, you debunk a lot of and there he talks about the fact that people who are in these abduction situations fly out to Jesus, and then all of a sudden the abduction situation stops and they're sitting back in their bed or whatever the case actually is. So there's a lot of demonic stuff on that. There's some absolute certitude other than the fact of what we read in Genesis. So the book of Genesis, the creation of life is actually restricted or seems to be focused over
Nail the ricochet!
Basic observation is if you look at what NASA is doing in their studies and look at it, might have found life, they might have
Gunning for glory!
The idea that there's life elsewhere is heavily rooted in the evolutionary hypothesis.
A little something for everyone! A strong breeze can break you!
I spent 12 days in the hospital, 4 days in ICU. I had a lot of complications. When I got home, I had a few friends come over because they knew I was in the hospital for
The older you get, the more disorder seems to appear in your body, and you didn't even do anything about it. So it has a tendency towards disorder, dissolution, or corruption as a result of the contraries existing in the matter. It gets to the point where your body can't sustain the operations of the soul, and so there's a separation of the body from the soul. We see this in everything from rocks to man, and so essentially this is the second law of thermodynamics. But the second law of thermodynamics precludes evolution, since evolution is precisely the opposite. Evolution is going from a less to a more organized state, which is contrary to the second law of thermodynamics, which indicates that material things are going from a more to a less organized state. Things are decaying. Things aren't as robust. Some propose that the sun adds the energy that is necessary to counteract the second law of thermodynamics, and therefore evolution
First clamp is down.
Good. Now hurry to the others. We're cutting it close, Vault Hunter. Do not let that airship launch.
Get something that has eyes. And so if evolution could not happen here, then it did not happen on any other planet. Even on other planets, things are tending towards disorder, not order. This has been observed in our solar system, as well as in relationship to stars throughout the universe following a specific life cycle. Exoplanets in the process of having their atmosphere stripped, or certain things of that sort. The physical laws and the second law of thermodynamics, as well as what St. Thomas says on the nature of corruption of material things, applies universally, that is, in the whole material universe. Then we apply this to life. So don't tell me you're more smart than your ancestors. But the point being is that we are actually
Perfect. The ship is out of commission, but the outbounders won't be out of danger until you eliminate Saul. Say hello from me in your special way, Vault Hunter.
like we actually found organic compounds on this planet, yet no life. Eventually, you would think that people would begin to realize that outside the Earth, the universe is there's nothing out there as far as life is concerned. And so they never find it. At this point, we keep doing this over and over again. You'd actually think they would stop and think to themselves, well, maybe our hypothesis is flawed, that there isn't evolution, and that it's not going
Russ,
on another
the
planet.
outbounder should be safe for now. I am headed to Saul.
Good luck. Not that you need it. I've seen what you can do, but be careful. Losing a friend like you would be. I mean, there's just no way that... I'm rambling a bit, aren't I? Let's leave it there for now, yeah?
Dude, that's so true. Let's see what his name is. Father Chad. I'll look that up. He's really good. I mean, I don't believe there's really planets in that. Honest truth is. I mean, if there is, then they only exist just to exist. Like, I just. Because, like, to me, and that when it comes down to space, it's like, why would God create all these space matters? And when God said, the Earth is the center of the universe, which makes us completely special. So it means Earth was created, heaven and earth was created. He said, when he separated waters from waters, and he made the boundaries of our world, and he put in the stop yawning, damn it. When he put in the barriers that separate the waters from waters, and he said, above this is heaven. So if universe is heaven, then that just means that heaven itself is the universe. That means everything in the universe doesn't. It's heaven. It's a form of heaven. But in my mind, try to understand this. Why is heaven the universe? Why is there so much chaos? Why would there be black holes eating things up? Like, what's the whole point of having the universe? I'm just curious about, like, What's the point of having a universe when I know God puts out these tests out there so people can understand to believe in the word that we're special. Damn, dude. The fuck's that smell? Like a dog just took a shit outside and blew it right in my window. Father, look what it says when I put in father. It says father figure Taylor Swift. It says father Kanye, or yeah, Kanye West. What the father?
I've been waiting a long time to interview this one. Father Chad Ripperger. Probably the most premier exorcist in the world right now. And extremely knowledgeable on spirituals. Right before we started recording here, we had a little side discussion about UFOs and aliens. Yeah. And I'm curious, what do you think about all of that?
Well, obviously, some of the UFOs can be explained by some of them by governmental experiments and things of that sort, which people are not necessarily used to. However, usually when you get into stuff like the abduction cases and things like that, I actually did a conference on this more recently, right?
I'll see you soon.
10 different ways in which if you actually look at
Gunning for good! Hope the timekeeper kept your word. Tap it out already?
starting to realize that this seems to be the only place that they're going to, that it seems to be the case. A lot of times, too, the idea that there's life elsewhere.
Tell the timekeeper, I am betting on myself.
Problematic, but just even theologically and philosophically problematic. But that all being said, that's where it's rooted in, I think.
You know, some of the Epstein stuff, have you been following that at all?
Up there from a distance, yeah.
That seems like some type of satanic ritualistic type stuff that was going on there.
Yes, actually, and actually the stuff I've read about as far as the, to the degree that I can sort of do that was that you can find on the internet.
salvation of the weak is to nourish the strong. You will die, and I will return to the Timekeeper's side. May we rule forever! You are lucky! Lumbering fool! Is that healthy? Clear. That's better! Run all you like. Your time on Tyros has ended. Please save me, Timekeeper.
Rush. That Zahn is dead. It is finally over.
Hell yes! Oh, it's really over. We all owe you one. I'll meet you back home at the launch pad.
And I will stay here. That amount of revelry might overwhelm. But well done.
The biggest, most elite pedophile ring in the entire world while that's being unfolded. And then you fast forward about a week, and of course then President Trump comes out and says something about, what President Obama did was illegal. He shouldn't be talking about aliens. I don't know the exact quote, but he came out and said that. And then I had people, former guests that have been on the show, some of them that I've been trying to get on the show that haven't come, that are in the alien UFO anonymous activity, realm, and they're saying, oh, look at this. Oh, look, maybe the Epstein stuff is a distraction from the alien UFO. And to me, that is no way. Like, I am not taking my eye off of that ball. Don't try to distract me with this bullshit. And what do you think about that? I totally agree with you. Actually, this
Still, you did it! He's actually dead. I'd ask you to stay and celebrate the victory with the rest of us, but you're not exactly done on Kairos, are you?
As tempting as a rowdy celebration is, I cannot stay. Anansi has put me on a path that ends at the Timekeeper's dawn.
I thought I was ready to die, but when I didn't, I realized finding something to die for isn't the same as having something to live for. So thanks for that. The Outbounders need someone leading them from the front, and I intend to be that leader. The snacks and speeches won't stop, but you taught me how to get in the fight again, too. Put it all together, and we're unstoppable. Whatever the Crimson Resistance needs from this point onward, the Outbounders stand at your side.
Idolater Saul, once a titan in both stature and cruelty, ended up as little more than a puddle of goo beneath the Vault Hunter's boot. Rush and the Outbounders had fought back against the Order, and won. Though some of their ranks would never see their dream of reaching the stars, the hope remained. And thanks to some unlikely alliances, it now burned brighter than ever. A single light against the looming shadow of the Timekeeper. The Vault Hunter had killed his loyal commander, and worse still, fanned the crimson flames of resistance across Kai.
People, I think it's committed adultery, and people commit adultery in that like porn and stuff like that. It's very addictive. I mean, I don't think everyone should do it all the time, and I don't think people should be honest with you, there's anything you can do, but like, it's pretty addictive shit.
Oh, come on, give me a chance.
Yeah, sorry, I run.
It's kind of a fucked up mindset, you know, like.
Exclusive criminal links. See, can't have a wannabe. Get this going. Right.
Hey, Vault Hunter! Sorry, was that uncomfortably loud? I'm just excited to tell you what we're up to with the launch, and that everyone misses you around here.
Especially him. Mentions you every time his mouth opens these days. Swear to scrap.
It does. Like,
Conway, get off the line.
Oh, wow. Just remember there's some shipwreckage calling my name. Bye.
Tell me, Raj, what have you missed about me? My sparkling eyes? My winning personality?
And they are, right? Like, you talk about gays and that, like, why is it traditional?
Anyways, we made some real progress toward launching off Kairos thanks to everything you've done. Come on by headquarters when you get a sec, and I'll show you how far we've come.
Like, I have people that like try to like come at me and be like, "Oh, you should be gay." I'm like, "Why?" Like, well,
today, your life comes to an end.
I'm wrong.
Life at gridlock, hopefully not enough.
I had to clutch for that.
There's a reason why there's not a lot of gay people out there. It's not a matter of a people don't humanity. They choose to not do such things and not do such things.
You want to others?
That's all. You know, when people get offended by that, they get offended. I'm offended by what you do. And that's what it is, like. People that do the stupidest shit, they're always the first ones that get fucking offended and say that you shouldn't fucking offend me. And it's like, well, if you do something that's stupid and people disagree with it, is that offensive towards a person that's, you know, that's still offensive no matter what you do towards the other person. But it's okay for you to offend them, but when they offend you because you're weak-minded and fucking retarded, that you intentionally don't want to be offended. Because you're trying to change the rules of life that have been passed down from God for thousands and thousands of years. Intentionally, like, to them it doesn't make sense because they don't understand. Like, of course you don't understand. Like, you can't understand something because you don't want to learn it. And that's how most people tend to be. Nice place here. You know, this guy's 100% right. He hits on the head with sexuality and all that stuff and that.
To save humanity. Well, that's Jesus Christ's role, not aliens. We're here because human beings can't save themselves. We're here to that's what Christianity is ethos that affects cultures, etc. So the very same things that the demons actually want is the same kind of stuff that we hear being What is the demon of fear? Technically speaking, it's actually Beelzebub, which, as you know from your interviews with Dan, it's the Lucifer and Beelzebub and Satan are the same demon, and he's the demon of fear because of the fact that fear is defined as the perception of a future evil over which you cannot overcome. So there's some evil that's coming down the pike. You see it coming, and intellectually, and you can't get away from it. Well, in my dealings with him, he says he lives in Beelzebub says he lives in chronic fear. And the reason he lives in chronic fear, he said, is because, and it's also the same reason why he's exhausted. He spends all this time hyper focusing on everything that's possibly going on because he said God broadsides me a lot of times. So a lot of times I'm focusing on this particular thing, and then the next thing I know, I just get broadsided because they do not have access to the divine economy of grace. They don't know what graces God's going to give to people, and as a result, the demons get taken to the woodshed. And so he's fearful of getting basically beat up in relationship to that. The other part about it is too is that they have a conscience, and their conscience bothers them, and they also have a sense of shame for what they actually do. They even mention
The demons have a conscience.
yes,
And they feel shame.
and they feel shame. They know what they've done is wrong. They'll admit as much in session, and that is actually, other than the fact that they don't get to see God, that's their greatest suffering, is this pang of conscience of the evil that they've actually done. Beelzebub's even admitted to me in session that every time he gets someone to fall, he gets a sadistic delight out of it, but it increases his shame in knowing that he's that much lower of an individual for having done that. And so part of their fear, one of their massive fears, is being revealed, found out about their interior lives in relation to human beings. Just as we would, if people found out like our deepest, darkest secret, we would feel shame or embarrassed. They have that same thing, but it's even worse for them because of the fact that they know that the final judgment is going to come, where not just in our cry about
Can I be closer? Yeah, let me get closer.
Hope the timekeeper kept your warranty.
God thinks I didn't like minutes. Clear.
You can never control chaos.
And order can save you. Nothing error.
The timekeeper is inexorable. Pushing into the enemy. I will make this quick, Sims. Should have grabbed the gunman. Damn thing shakes my whole rig!
if they did not do it. That means they had full, absolute comprehension. Now, the reason God cuts us slack as human beings is because we're stupid, right? We are. We're just stupid. And so rejected their task. Remember, their task is who they are. That means, but they made their choice. It was perfect self-hatred. You knew you'd hate yourself for all eternity. Yeah. And I said, and you do it again. He said, yeah, I would. Wow. And basically what it comes down to is there was a perfection that they saw that they wanted that wasn't part of their particular nature that they wanted. And they had to be willing to sacrifice that in order to have the beatific vision, which is a greater good. So they had to sacrifice the lesser good for the greater good. And they were unwilling to sacrifice that particular thing. So they literally chose a figment of their imagination because they knew they'd never have it. They chose that over reality.
Back to, real quick, back to aliens and anomalous activity. So, I mean, we talked about it several times, and I believe it too, that all of that stuff is from a spiritual realm.
Yes.
And so, what I want to ask is, when we're talking about the elites, when we're talking about the people that are getting us to focus on the distraction,
right,
away from, in this particular example, away from the Epstein files and everything that went on there onto aliens and UFOs. So the people that are in on this, do they know what aliens are, or do they have any knowledge that we don't have, or are their minds being controlled by a demonic force? And so they're carrying out an agenda, and they don't even realize it.
I think there are levels. So some of them are that lower level, which you just mentioned, the last part. Other people actually do know that, yep, there's nothing up there. This is just, and the diabolic. The other thing is, too, is some of the elite that are at the top are actually involved in occult activity. And those people know that that's actually, that this is actually spiritual issues here, for spiritual realities. One of the things that happens, and I've never had it because they know I don't lie, because demons, they know a lot because they've been watching us for our whole lives, right? So they know what our general patterns are, what we're going to think and believe, although they do sometimes throw stuff up just to see if it'll stick, but generally they know it. So they know I don't buy any of the alien stuff, and so they've never done this to me. But I do know other exorcists where they would, in session, they would actually, once the demon manifested, they would manifest in literally looking like an alien, with the eyes and the small mouth and the whole bit turning gray. And they even call themselves gray, and they try and lie to the exorcist by saying, oh, well, we're not angels, good angels, and we're not bad angels, we're not demons, we're kind of in the middle, we're neither good nor bad. No, dude, you're just a demon, right? Because when you start talking to them, it's all that is a diversionary tactic, which they do in the sessions. So just as we're seeing this play out itself on a grander scale in the world with the alien thing, they'll try and do that in session, just try and distract you by something that they know that is not true, but they're hoping you'll believe it's true, because then from there they can manipulate you.
When you say there's different levels, do you have to pass through each level, or do you just arrive at the level? So, like, if you are in the occult, you just arrive at that level where you're doing satanic rituals, or do you graduate?
Some graduate. Some are actually they're trained in this stuff from the very beginning. Sometimes they're actually groomed, where they'll watch them in college, or they'll watch them and then they'll introduce them into this through various secret societies and things of that sort. They'll get them into engaging the occult. There's a few of these people, not many of them, that are actually part of a pedigree or history that extends back to the late 1500s, 1600s, where the occult practices has been in their family lineage literally for 300 to 400 years. And so they're so proficient in the knowledge about how this stuff works and what's actually involved. They know that there's demons and God, etc., and they know that their activity in the occult is getting demons actually involved. They fully know that. In fact, their knowledge of this stuff is almost on the same level as mine. And so they have a full understanding of it, but they're
Revolution ready.
And so when they have that, and they actually believe the exercise of their power in hell will be something that they can then have a kind of a comfortable hell, or it's not going to be as bad because I have all this power. And part of it is that they just have an aversion for sin. And so they don't want to happen. They sort of end up in hell, so I want to get as far as I can. And that's
You there! Got myself into a bit of a thresher pickle, as you can see.
That's right, because once they get to hell, they're going to have all this power. But what they don't realize is that it's something which Satan himself actually once said to me. Because I was noticing something in his behavior, because ever since psychology, so one of the things I just started doing was watching patterns of behavior in these guys, and you look as individuals and as general a lot of dudes. And but I said to him,
Ha! Hit another man!
it's not pleasant. He says, no, I hate it. He says, I use it to keep, to try and protect myself, but I hate it. And so they don't seem to realize that even they might get a certain amount of delight in having all this power in this life, but even if they have it in the next, they'll be miserable. And they don't see it.
We're miserable in this life too.
They are miserable, but they think it's going to be like this life.
Thank you. It's gonna be a heavy interview. So everybody starts off with an introduction here.
Okay.
Father Chad Ripperger, Roman Catholic priest ordained in 1997, theologian, philosopher, and one of the most prominent exorcists in the world. Hold degrees in theology and philosophy from University of San Francisco, masters from University of St. Thomas and Holy Apostles, and a doctorate from Pontifical.
Follow me, team! We're closing the gap!
Enemy slug!
The most sorrowful mother, also known as the Orient Fathers, religious society based in the Archdiocese of Denver, dedicated entirely to exorcism, deliverance, and healing. A Thomistic scholar, an expert in demonology, angels, spiritual warfare, and the integration of theology with psychology. Author of books including Deliverance Prayers for Us, By the Laity, Dominion, The Nature of Diabolic Warfare, and the Introduction to the Science of Mental Health. In your years as an exorcist, you've handled some of the worst cases of diabolic affliction, including full possession. These cases have been referred to you by bishops and other exorcists about being the worst of the worst.
Generally, that's true.
That's me! And don't you
Father,
guys
I'd love to,
forget it!
and I'd be honored to start off in prayer.
Sure.
If you could lead us.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Direct, O Lord, all our actions by thy holy inspiration, by thy gracious assistance, so never power of our glorification from thee, and by the kingdom through Christ our Lord.
Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Yep.
You can eat clean, train hard, do everything right, and you're still getting exposed to the toxin fungus virus.
But it's not contaminate. How to make yourself great in virtue.
Those creatures won't hurt anyone else now, thanks to you.
So I wanted to give you one.
No, thank you very much.
And then, lastly, I heard you mention you carry.
I do carry.
So, you might want one of those. I got a friend over at SIG. His name's Jason. This is the SIG GTO.
Very good.
Open it up.
Let's take a look. Yeah, I do actually. Oh, very nice. That is awesome. All metal.
All metal.
I love that.
It's got a compensator up front. It's got their new optic on top. I think it holds 21 rounds.
Wow.
The thing is like butter. You're gonna love it.
Well, the good news is at our community, we actually have a range, target range.
Do you really?
Yeah, we do. It needs some development, but we actually have one there.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I'll be able to test this out. In fact, I'll be able to test it out tomorrow.
Right. Right on. Maybe we can break it in today. Before we leave if we have time.
All right.
But
well, thank you very much. That's awesome.
You're welcome. And then
One last thing before we get into the interview here. I have a Patreon account. It's a subscription account. We've turned it into quite the community, and they're the reason, honestly, that I get to sit down with you here today, Joe. And so they get the opportunity to ask every single guest a question. This is from Justin Larson. From your work in deliverance and exorcism, what are the main areas or institutions, family, education, media, politics, etc., where evil seems to be gaining the most ground in America today without people realizing its demonic influence at work?
Not another ship shut down. I should check for survivors before the auto does. Are you the best Kylo's had? It's I thought I the flames of malice with morning! That is the way the dice roll. Never bet against me.
That's me. And don't you guys forget it.
Oh, nasty little thing!
That was just a warm-up.
God's going to intervene at some point, just to do the correction. And so that they know the time is short, but then also the amount of power that they actually have. There was a prophecy that Francis of Assisi gave back in the 1200s, in which the demons would have unusual power. And as exorcists, we've noticed that their resilience and ability to take a beating and to hold on to things is on a level that we have, historically just never saw. And so we know that there's a lot of evil out there that is empowering them to stay where they're at. So the primary angle of attack is right now is on the family. Man, the families. Yeah. What would the correction be? Is it going to be a correction, or are we approaching end times? Well, ultimately, we don't really have any certitude. I mean, it could be the type of thing that it's the situation for the Antichrist is just about present. The Antichrist has to be able to rule the world. He's not going to rule through governance. He's going to rule it through economies. And so, even though he'll have control of the governments too, but the Antichrist would actually, when he appears, there has to be a unification of the worldwide economy in order for him, to a degree that's a little bit farther down the road than ours is at this point. So I don't think that he's just immediately around the corner, but I could be wrong. And that the other way that it can actually happen is there's been numerous prophecies by saints, apparitions where Our Lady's appeared, like in Fatima, where 3 children saw her, but then there was a miracle of the sun where 70,000 people saw this miracle that actually happened there. Where, so there's some of those apparitions. She actually talks about the fact that one of them is Lost Lead, where she said there's going to be a chastisement that's going to come. And that chastisement will be a minor chastisement.
Hope the timekeeper kept your warranty.
Come on!
It sounded like you were saying the stage is kind of set. Yeah, almost everything that's happened needs to happen. What has happened that needed to happen, and what still needs to happen. Well, before the Antichrist comes, one of the things that we know from the fathers of the church is that there will be a worldwide implosion of people's morality. So, which we've seen, right? So that's happened since the 1950s. There's been an implosion where people just aren't following the laws of God, or the natural law in any sense of the term. So we have that. The other part of it is, again, is the unification of the worldwide economies, because he has to be able to control people en masse. It has to be something that the people that are alive and in order to survive, you have to be able to plug into that economy in some fashion. That's why they talk about the mark of the beast overhauls there, where they can literally just decide, unless you're going to sign off on certain things, you're going to have access to the digital currency that we're going to enact worldwide, and therefore, because that's how we can rule it. At least that's the way we do it. I guess
Really?
people is through digital currencies. That means we can just shut people off, and that's how we'll be able to basically starve people out if they're unwilling to sign off on the Antichrist rule. So it's going to be.
So you've reached Carcadia Burn. Emphasis on the burn. When the moon shattered the sky, this place took the brunt of the damage.
I hope the burn was recently added for dramatic effect. How should I go about finding a command book here?
The vault used to be attached to Callus, the former Order commander I mentioned, until she ripped it out herself. Gory business. A hapless group of former Order aristocrats called the Electi have the vault now. Seek out a woman called Levane. She's the only one among them with a head on her shoulders. We need reinforcements! Repeat, we need reinforcements immediately! The Rippers have us pinned down and they won't let up! Even after I asked them very politely. Please! Is anyone there?
Your etiquette is wasted on you. A vault hunter like me.
Holy shit! A vault hunter? Fantastic! Listen, my fire team needs a bailout. I can pay you in, would you accept a lightly blood-soaked silk pocket square?
Counter offer. I help you. You introduce me to your leader. Deal?
Deal! Please hurry or we're dead! Basic economy dead! With zero legroom!
Ah, visiting scenic Arcadia, are you? A haven for incompetents and traitors. I enjoy watching the Electi struggle without me to spoon feed them. And Callus, the so-called Ripper Queen. Vengeful lunatic. You two have much in common.
And it was destroyed in the process. Christ actually put an end to the Jewish sacrifice on purpose, because the Jewish sacrifice in the Old Testament was a lead-up or prefigurement of Christ. And so he gave them one generation in order to Christianity.
I have never felt more tactical.
The temple have been able to offer sacrifice. Doesn't mean that they don't pray and things of that sort, but they have been able to enact their primary religious duty, which is to offer sacrifice. Plus their Levitic line, which is their was destroyed. So, but then, and the difficulty is people tend to misinterpret the book of Daniel, which says when the abomination of desolation takes its seat in the temple. What they don't realize is that is not a reference
Let me free you from the few thoughts you have. A mod for everyone! That will leave him up. That was just a warm-up. Hope the timekeeper kept your warranty. Break your shackles, fool!
Take care of ourselves, provide for our families. What are we supposed to do? Well, I think there's, if that's the only way you can survive, what are we supposed to do? Is as I said, the ministry can't receive them.